Come on, do it! Come on, y'all! Come on, y'all! Come on, y'all! Come on, y'all!
Ha ba 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 ba. Ha ba ba ha ba 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 ba. Hello. Hello again, and welcome. And welcome a second time. And you know what? Welcome a third time, and hello a third time as well. Hi. I am Crudberry. I am a bear, and I've got all the wetness you need. I'm full of wet. I'm gonna drip on you. You're gonna love it. But before I do that, speaking of wetness, I need to hydrate, and I don't have any water, actually. Realizing now that I don't have any water. So that's going to be a thing that I need to do. I'm going to go and get some water. So while I get some water, please enjoy immediately going to the interlude screen because this is a tight ship that I run. Here, have the song again.
Come on, do it.
But it's gonna be there you go. I'll be right back.
Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
Hi, hello. Enough of that. Wait, hang on. No, not quite enough. Wow, YouTube does a really shit job of that. OBS slows songs down way better. Okay, hibbity heckin' bibbity. Hello, welcome back. Welcome to me playing Powerwash Sim. I am excited about this. Hi, I hope you're all having a wonderful time. I am about to do career mode. I have not done this in a long time. So here's all the stuff we've completed so far. Wish I could play this game. You can't? Let's see. Last thing I did was the motorbike and sidecar. PC just under the minimum specs. Oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this game was so beefy. Alright, so new stuff. We've got Forest Cottage and Fire Station. I think Forest Cottage is going to be a little easier. So let's go with that. We are two humble confectioners, brother and sister, living on our own in the deep woods of the national park, and there's absolutely nothing strange about that. We are also the creators of the finest gingerbread ever to grace the county, but we stay on top. We need constant renovation. Our dream forest home has become a gory grotto, affecting our ability to dream up new wonderful recipes. Can you come and restore our cottage, and with it, our creative flow? Donka. My final message? Gugon. Absolutely. Oh, hello, Kazan. Rar 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 rar. Also, hello, Sproy and Panthergate. Cave, hello. I've been talking to you, Mail City, Leggy, Tristan, and Badragon was here a little bit ago as well. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Powerwash. This is what I'm doing because I am having a pretty good time. All right, start job. No, I remember. Don't worry. I actually don't remember. Thank you for telling me. Okay. All right. Okay. This is going pretty good. I need to switch nozzles. Oh, that just feels incredible. I had forgotten how incredible this feels. All right. Oh, I am ready to relax. Are y'all ready to relax? I'm gonna turn the game down just a little bit because I want to be louder than the power washing. That is how this goes after all. Let's see. What music should I put on while we're power washing? You know what? You know what I actually haven't played on our channel here is we've somehow never played walking dog music. So what if we did that? Oh, this one's wintry. Skipping this one. Hello, Akai. Okay. Let's go here. And let's start power washing, huh? Oh, yo, nice. I need to listen to more Walking Dog. Hell yeah. I think everyone should. I'm gonna turn it up, because the power washing is gonna be loud. Okay, how does this sound, everyone? I bet it's really great with the power washing noises. For some reason, I feel like I need to speak up when I'm power washing, but that's not the case. You can hear me, right? Sounds like music. I mean, fair. Oh. Why is this so good for my mental health? Every time I play this game, I'm shocked by how happy I feel. The same reason folks get good brain juice from playing Animal Crossing or Minecraft. Mindless activity and it feels like an accomplishment. Wow, that's incredibly apt. You are correct, I suppose. Alright, I want stool. Fucking pick up stool. Really? Wow, being tall is not all it's cracked up to be, huh? Oh, I know the song from Tiny Streams. Okay, there we go. Is this gonna get the rust off? No. How do I... How do I do that? Or is this good enough? Oh. Okay. There's no time limit, just take your time, not a real job, nobody expects anything from you. This game gives you the pleasant dings of meeting goals. As someone who has done actual power washing, it's a pretty pleasant experience. Just wetter IRL. That's true. Hello, Cheems. I will hose you down. Here. This is you, right here. Yeah, get hosed on, nerd. Can you believe this Cheems guy coming in here, getting all wet, getting all sloppy? Fucking destroyed them. How you doing? What if I finished this and just left it like this? Like I just cleaned the front of the house and I was like, looks great. Here, let me take a pic. Chick. Like thanks for your services. Or rather, thanks for letting me service your house. It's not like you're doing anything for me. It's not like I'm getting away with something like you're a sucker. No way. Powerwash, more like I'm Raditz and you're Piccolo firing a death beam through my abdomen. Whoa, Key Squid. That's spoilers for a show that's older than you. But no, I agree. This right here, fucking devastating. Can I put this ladder somewhere useful? Oh, so the answer is no, objectively. Great, wonderful. If you still haven't seen a Dragon Ball to the point of Raditz, that's on you. I mean, yeah, I agree. Also, Raditz isn't really a big Dragon Ball spoiler. It's kind of like... yeah. There's villains. What up? But the real question is, have you ever watched the original Dragon Ball with Kid Goku? Because I just really love the art style of the original. Like, I know it's literally the same as Akira Toriyama, right? But like, everything had a little bit more to it, and you will know exactly what I'm talking about when you look at it. I really love original Dragon Ball. Pre-time skip Dragon Ball. Yeah, it's Dragon Ball, and there's no like Dragon Ball with no letters after it. No G, no or Z or GT or Super or Kai, whatever. Just fucking Dragon Ball. And Goku has a little tail, and it's adorable. But it makes him an earth-destroying monster. A lot of you will not be surprised at all to learn, but original Dragon Ball influenced like a ton of my art style. Akira Toriyama, like literally genius shit. It's incredibly influential to me. I knew there were still some left on you. Gotcha. Nice. I don't want a show that's only slice of life moments, but I want some slice of life moments. Like, I want to know that the hardships were worth it, that it isn't all fighting, they get their piece. Yo, Cheems, that's a huge mood. Like, shows that are all action oriented, but have moments where you can just, like, sit down and watch the characters be people. Like, that is what's huge to me. Like, I want to see, if you have a superhero show, I want to see them like, oh, fighting villains and oh, freak of the day, but then like also just have episodes about like, I don't know, just like going on a date with a woman from the coffee shop, like just like straight up, just normal stuff that scares them, and they have to get through it. I appreciated a lot of that in Steven Universe. Even though they usually did end up making it about a monster somehow, there was a lot of really interesting, like, just, this is what it's like living here. And a lot of people hate that because it's filler and, like, not very important, but I thought it was neat. I also think it's neat, I think it would be neater if Steven Universe was, like, primarily an action-based show. Like, it sort of doesn't know what genre it wants to be, which is okay. It's just a cartoon. It's a fantasy show. It's a show about whatever the fuck happens. But it's hard to know what to expect when at the beginning of one episode you could be like, wow, I made a new friend, and then by the end of the 15 minutes they're like throwing lasers at you. It's like, oh damn, this went 0 to 100 real fast. I want like that, but with pacing. So it doesn't bring me like anxiety at the end of an episode about hanging out. There can just be episodes about hanging out, and then they stay that way, and it makes me smile. I like that. Oh, Cheems, I'm sure a lot of people like One Piece. I just don't think One Piece is the show for me specifically. I've seen some stuff from it and it's definitely good. It's just not mine. What are your thoughts on 30-minute versus 15-minute cartoons? They all want to be 30 minutes long. Sometimes even they want to be an hour long, but they have to be shortened because of advertising. I think 15-minute cartoons are only ever 15 minutes long, because they're like tiny self-contained stories, or because the network was like, all right, wrap it up, make it quick. We got to get through the season. If episodes could be as long as they wanted to be, like how YouTube series are, like Ina, if every series could be like Ina, that'd be so neat. Ina? Yo, Kazin, look up Ina right now. Literally go to YouTube and type up Ina by Joel G. It's so good. It's like fucking weird as hell, like, they call it webcore, the fans. It's like surrealism with a story that is nonsensical to us, but makes sense to the characters in the story. It's so interesting. And it sort of plays out like you're speaking to NPCs in the game. I love Ina. It's so choice. Do you know the background story, the fan theory that's probably true? I've read a couple fan theories, but I don't know which one is the one that people agree on. I kinda like was not I have not been following like Ina forums or fan theories or anything. So you're welcome to tell me, as long as it doesn't spoil it. Although how really could you spoil Ina, TBH? In a computer that's slowly corrupting. Oh, that feels incredibly true. And like, especially in how all of the characters seem to just not think anything happening is strange. If it was inside of a computer that's corrupting, think about when you have like a crazy system error, like your fucking like taskbar disappears, like you just can't access Windows File Explorer or anything. Like that shit happens, and your computer is like, "What's wrong? It's running fine. What's your problem? I'm okay." Like it doesn't crash. It doesn't bring up a window. It's just like, is there a problem? Why do you seem so dissatisfied? It would be really interesting if all the characters not reacting to the crazy shit happening was just because, like, they're, like, unaware of things changing. Like, things do change, but they're not allowed to perceive it. I like this idea. I also like how in Ina's overblown depiction of social anxiety, she says my favorite fucking line that is such a mood.
I'm allergic to people.
Oh my god, me. Understandable. Wait, isn't there a way for me to just, Yeah! I don't have to hold the button down! Oh, that makes this even less stressful. I can just toggle it with right click. Zat's always posting yummy looking food in cafeteria. Yeah, honestly, it just looks like Zat's has found their calling. Like, they make some good ass food. I love the Brick Frog. Brick Frog, very good. So you know what's interesting, chat? I should definitely not stop power washing while I talk about this. I do... It annoys me a little bit that it's so loud. I'm going to turn it down more. And I'm also going to look at this text. Rose is cute. That's what you need to know. Rose is cute. Cujo is here. Hello. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna say, because we're talking about Zat's finding his calling. So I have a weird situation that I want y'all to help me parse. All right. Everyone, put on your thinking caps. We're gonna get deep. Probably not that deep. We're gonna get like ankle deep. Are you ready? So, I feel like the thing that I have in life that I can most closely call, like, my quote-unquote purpose, or, like, because, like, nothing's objective, right? There's no, like, oh, this is what you were made to do. I made you to do it. No. My dad wanted me probably to play football, and that's as close as I made you and hoped you would do this thing as I got. But instead, I'm very good with people. I am a people person. I like speaking to people. And that's something that I treasure about myself. Folks tend to feel very comfortable around me. Which is nice. It's like really sweet to think about, and whenever someone says that they feel that way, I feel super good about myself, right? So here's the rub. I get like super intense social anxiety. I really like talking to folks, and I especially like helping people, and I've been doing it my whole fucking life. Just make a friend has problems, I help that friend, and then they end up starting to come to me for advice, which is fine. But like a lot of the time I feel like I get drained like super duper hard by helping people. And it becomes this weird conflict of like the thing that I'm good at that's important to me about me is that I can do that thing. It's my ability to speak to folks and have like meaningful results. But I don't necessarily like speaking to folks all or even most of the time, which is hard. Like people in my polycule or extended polycule universe, generally I'm like, oh hell yeah, easy peasy, I can talk to you, no problem. But like when I make friends outside of that, I feel like I don't have a lot of time for them because I don't have a lot of energy for them, and it's fucking hard. Like, I want to be able to do things with people, and I want to be able to like help them if they need it. But it simply do not work like that. Especially when I have so many people that I would like to speak to. It just feels like there's not enough time on planet Earth. And I'm not sure which direction I should lean in more. Like, so I guess that is what I'm asking y'all about? Like what do you think? Is it better for me to feel exhausted but satisfied that I helped people? Or full of energy and able to focus on my own projects, but not really getting to talk to folks as much as like they might need? It's a case-by-case basis. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Nothing is ever simple. I'm not that experienced, but I've heard that burnout can be a big issue when going out of your way for so many people. Also, thank you, Buttspot, for your input. Yeah. But I don't know. Like, maybe this is me being bad to myself. I experience burnout very often. And I don't mean the car game. We will get to Burnout. I fucking loved Burnout on the PSP. I want to play Burnout Paradise. Oh, I did it. I did the whole fence. Oh, look at me. I'm a big cleanie boy. I experienced Burnout like this entire weekend. I experienced Burnout today. I woke up burnt out, but I still wanted to hang out with some folks, and I did, and it was nice, genuinely. I was not exhausted by hanging out with folks today, but I'm exhausted now, like, after the hangout, and I think I could have avoided that and felt more prepared to do, like, maybe not a better stream, but a stream that I was ready for. And I could have been, like, working on art and, like, getting the queue that I have that's fucking impossibly large done. There's a lot that I want to do, but my energy is just shot because I'm talking to people all the time. And this is a big thing. I have noticed that, like uploading stuff to YouTube and going past like the thumbnails I've started realizing that I don't do streams alone, like, ever. Saturday I did the Tomb Raider stream, and it was the first time that I had locked the Discord channel that I'm in to just one person, which I will unlock it, because the folks that I have who have the role, I would love to have them in again, like just be able to jump in when they're ready to jump in, because they're like, you know, they're the kind of people who do not drain me. But even if they don't drain me in the moment, I'm realizing that I get drained in general. Like, on a small scale, the Cutie Squad does not harm my fucking vibes. But on a large, like, long-term scale, going to sleep, waking up, after having communicated with more than, like, one person over the course of a day, it starts to weigh on me. And I get this feeling of like, oh, fuck, I've really not just relaxed for a while, and just been vibing just me. And the Tomb Raider stream was after that bank robbery, but people move house all the time. Got you. Please do not say anything more. I do not want to be a liability. So yeah, the feeling of just being alone on stream has been super nice. The Tomb Raider stream was perfect. All of the people who were like, you know, recurring characters basically on my show were in chat, and they were hanging about and just having a good time. And it felt incredible. I want to do more like that. I want to be alone more. Because I think I've just hit a point after building up for months where I just haven't spent time with me. But then I feel bad because there's all these folks who want to hang out and all these people who like have stuff they want to schedule with me. And it's hard for me. I mean, on one hand, I am truly busy. And when I turn people down so far, it's been because I am truly busy. But I don't want to be busy anymore. I don't want to always have something going on. And at the same time, I don't want to, when I am not busy, feel obligated to say yes to people asking me to do things with them because I'm not busy. You know what I mean? Like, if I don't have something going on and someone's like, oh, hey, you don't have anything going on. Are you cool to do this with me at this point? It's hard for me to justify saying no. And so I usually never do. Even when I'm sort of like, yeah, what if I just didn't? Let me scroll through chat a little bit. Eriko says, you were always cherished regardless of time or presence, at least around me. You could vanish and resurface to say hi and it'll be none the wiser. I mean, yeah, that sort of did happen. Like, Kujo, you and I didn't talk for like a month or two, and then we were both just like, this person. Want talk this person. And that's been nice. I hear Crud Dad is playing the dadliest of games. I am! And I'm having the... burp. I'm having the philosophical list of conversations. I also need to drink more water in general. My acid reflux has gotten bad. Which is why it's been important to me recently. Ugh. It's fine to pursue one's goals and interests, but it's important to bear in mind that self-care, maintaining one's well-being is important. Finding a balance in both might help. I just don't know what the balance is. I don't think it has to be one or the other, but I think I've got to push to one side more, you know? You feel obligated to all your friends because you're a good person. Well, Cheems, you're a good person, and I'll fucking kick you. You don't have to stretch yourself so thin you break apart. Forcing yourself to become exhausted may have the adverse effect when you do chance it to hang at the detriment of your emotional health. Probably. Hey, MJ wants me to hydrate, and so I will. Wow, there's people arguing in a walking dog song? Yeah, by the way, everybody should go check out Walking Dog. Click that link. Go see where this music came from. It's incredible. I love their work. And it needs more views. It's outrageous to me that people are not, like, jumping on this. Okay. Back to looking at this. I've been clued into this is Big Cave Monster, clued into the concept of being an ambivert, which apparently is the in-between of extrovert and introvert, because I wildly swing between the two, desperately want to make friends and hang out. At the same time, I'm like, not too much energy. Yes, that is my situation. I am an ambivert. And I've heard people saying that it's not real, that, like, you can't be an ambivert because you're always going to be like, oh, but no, I don't agree with that, like, ideology, I guess, because, like, because nothing can ever be black and white or gray in the middle, you're going to lean to one side. Like, some ambiverts are more extroverted and some introverts are more introverted, or some ambiverts are more introverted, but, like, you know, whatever, like, if it's significant enough that if you feel both to a significant enough degree that you don't want to call yourself one or the other, ambivert works, and that's how I feel. Crouton spotted. Hello, Pivot. Where? Key Squid is definitely an ambivert. I have extreme cravings of hanging out with friends and incredibly bad want. Boy. There's an argument I'm hearing. Yeah, that's in the music. It's really funny to think of including an argument in this, like, chill lo-fi album. I don't know. I like the argument in the song because it was like it sort of feels like the city, if that makes sense. It I can see it making a lot of you uncomfortable, but like when I hear that argument, I almost feel like cozy because it reminds me of LA. Like that type of background noise is just what the world is like in a big city. So I guess I'm the target audience for people arguing in albums. I do think it's weird. It's definitely not something most people do, and probably for a reason, but I kind of liked it. I will also say I've never heard this album, so it's not like... I'm not like, no, the arguing is part of the art, you wouldn't get it, I'm an expert. I literally just didn't realize it would be a thing that people didn't like. Deej, I hope you realize just how much of a cozy presence you have, and I love you so much. I love you, Pivot. And yeah, my cozy presence is what the conversation's about, technically. Cause like, I want to spend a lot of my time utilizing that cozy presence to help people feel cozy. Which I guess is what my streams do. So maybe I could change my mindset to say that I'm already doing that and fulfilling my purpose. But the notion of conflict, like the rub there, was that I felt like I am overstretched. Like I feel like I'm having a hard time reconciling my want to be like alone and my want to help people and like provide this cozy energy for people, especially now that everyone's starting to become a streamer. Like everyone is streaming, and look, I don't care what Dither says, I'm not a hipster. It's not like I'm like, oh, streaming was a thing that only I was doing and now everyone's doing it. It's more like, now that everyone is streaming and I am a streamer who is like, I have to be able to call myself experienced because I am, to at least some degree. Like, I feel like giving people my presence during a stream when they're a new streamer is like a big help, and I want to be able to do that. Like, so many people since I started streaming have started streaming, and most of them have been like, yo, do you wanna guest on my streams? And that's like, it's not like I need you to guest on my streams. I get that. I'm not saying that they're like making me obligated, because that's not how this works. But just knowing what it was like being a new streamer and how much more comfortable I felt having like pivot on, I definitely get not wanting to do something alone, especially if you've picked a game that you think is going to be a good fit for the person in mind. So I'm like, when someone wants me to be on their stream, I'm like, oh fuck, I really could help them by being there. And I want to be there because they're a person that I enjoy. But my bear brain is just tired. Like, all the time. It's why my eyelids are half closed in my icon and my PNG. Like, straight up, it was very important to me that my branding has my eyelids half closed all the time. Because that is how I always am. I am, in person, exactly the same as this. I am always a little tired, no matter what. And Ego can attest to this. When I visited, they made a comment that was like, wow, you really are, like, you really are just the bear with eyelids half closed. And I was like, yeah. Like, it is true of me. I did that very much on purpose, because it's how I feel. And I don't think it's bad. Like, I'm not saying that I want to be more energetic, because I don't know what being energetic feels like. I am always tired. It's more like... Actually, that's not true. I have been energetic, right? I have ADHD, right? I have hyperactivity. There are times when I bounce around and go like... But, like, in general, 90% of the time, I am always tired. And I don't want to be like a bubbly, like outgoing person. But I think being always tired is part of what makes me comforting, which makes that rub even bigger. Like, the thing that makes people want to hang around me and makes people feel comforted by me is the fact that I'm exhausted and probably shouldn't be around people. So, like, fuck, what do I do with that? I'm always a little tired, and my doctor told me I was diabetic, which explained my exhaustion. You know... I don't think I'm diabetic. But if a doctor told me I was, I would be like... I'm not, like, fully surprised. Hello, Griffin. What's going on is we're just having a good chat. I almost said just chatting, but that's gonna perk the ears of the Twitch gods. No, this is a Powerwash Simulator stream where we are chatting while playing. Part of fucked up slices on the internet since I was very young, up until recently, and I'd stress myself out so bad after 4 to 5 months I'd take a 7 to 8 month break to decompress. That makes sense. The internet can be really spooky, and people can be really spooky. Especially if you've been around it when you were young, that probably would fuck people up. Yeah, whatever, Hexenjager, I'm not going to say that you Or the thief that you clearly are. I don't care. I'm not calling the cops. Key Squid. Also, I always feel slightly tired too, but I know I'm not diabetic. Not really sure what is going on with me. I mean, some people are just tired people. Although, it's also possible that you could be, like, spreading yourself thin a little bit. I know that some feelings of forever tiredness can come from people who always are looking at computer screens, because, like, as much of a boomer thing as it seems to say, looking at screens forever is not healthy. You should definitely, like, peel away and do other things, because when you go to sleep, after having absorbed all this blue light, your brain is going to have a difficult time, like, actually resting sometimes. And then you just might literally get 8 hours and not be rested. That's entirely possible. Oh, I know the song. Fuck. This is really good music. I'm happy. Which is funny, because I was just saying earlier to Pivot that, like, I didn't think Walking Dog was a great fit for my streams. It's a great fit for this stream, where I feel tired and don't want to listen to drum and bass. I do not think it would be a good fit for, like, my intro and outro screens. I am happy that I have something faster for that. Game volume is a bit too loud. See, that's what I've been thinking, but I was like, it can't possibly be too loud. I have it turned down to like 30%. Jesus, this game is loud. Here, how about this? I'll do that. The white noise in this game is something else. Yeah, you know, oh shit. Oh, this is gonna be the part where I realize the thing that I've realized 5 times on stream already, isn't it? Oh, Chad, am I a dummy? I think I'm a dummy. So some of you will remember that I did an art challenge for Tiny Drago's channel, in which I created a tarot card. Here, I'll pull it up and show you. Let's go. Image source. Here we go. Jesus, that's big. Look at this. My card was the moon. This card suggests that you should follow your immediate instinct, and it will lead you to a place of calm where you can move forward. So like it's the concept of things around you being confusing and like illusionary. You're not quite sure what you're supposed to do. It's a little scary if you look directly at it. But if you look within yourself, as my right arm is indicating, literally inside myself, like capturing the view of me, you achieve enlightenment, which is what the left arm is indicating. I'm like, aha, I know what I'm doing. I am comfortable. The things around me seem to be spooky, but I am comfortable with indulging myself or enveloping myself in the mystery of it, because I am looking inside of me and understanding what the answer is. That's what the moon card says. It's a tarot card that I drew for myself, and it's never been wrong. Every time I have a question like this where I'm like, should I be doing this or should I be doing this? The answer is the moon card. And I should have known, because life is a sitcom, that this is what I should have been doing. I should have just been, like, not that asking chat is a bad idea, because y'all have been giving me some really good insight and helping me out, and I do appreciate that. But the answer to should I be socializing or hanging out with myself is just the moon card. I can't answer it for every instance. I just need to breathe in whatever scenario I'm in and look inside myself, and I will know what the answer is. Whatever I immediately feel like in the moment is the thing I gotta do. Don't think, just act. Because when I think I know this, I always overthink. And I can't afford to do that. Not when my mental health is on the line. So that's why I said I feel stupid, is because it's an answer that I have come to every single fucking time. And I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that the moon card is the answer. It's always the answer. Instinct is how I live my life. Look up, open maw, accept moon goo. Yes. Exactly, Rumble. Does that make that your stand? No, Griffin. My stand is Ponder Replay. He can stop time and then replay whatever thing he... Or no, he can't stop time. He can record an image of time and then replay that recording. So... The way that I would defeat attackers would be to throw a punch and then miss, and the attacker would be like, oh, you think that's anything? And then I would have Ponder Replay have recorded the punch and replay it over and over and over and beat the shit out of them with a weak punch from my weak body. So I guess that would make it a close range stand, a close range, like, physically weak stand, but technically very strong. Imagine, like, pulling the pin on a grenade and throwing it, and then having Ponder Replay repeat that over and over. I could break the Hoover Dam. Like, fucking wild. It's a really good idea for a stand, and I made it before I saw Moody Blues in Part 5. I made Ponder Replay back in 2015. So, original character, TM, copyright. poking in before I sleep. Aw. If you poked in anywhere, I'm happy that you poked in here, Rumble. Thanks for being you. I love you. You're fucking great. If Crud ever sees a nuke go off, we're all fucked. Why would I replay that? If anything, that would be the moment where Ponder Replay learns that he can rewind as well. And then I would have time to get away from the nuke before it actually exploded. I would support this anime. Hell yeah. Damn, now I want to stand. Making a stand for yourself is such a cool idea. I made a stand for myself and I submitted it as a project at SCAD because we had to design ourselves as an anime character. So I was like, you best believe I'm doing JoJo. And it works out, actually, because my parents' last names were both Jones before they met. And they always make the joke that nobody really took anybody's last name, and we would just be the Jones family if we actually went by the truth of the books. So I was like, haha, I am Jones. Yeah, this is the episode where you realize that I've been a JoJo this whole time. How do you fucking feel about that? Keeping up with the Joneses. I was holding down the button again. I don't know why I do that. I think that finger just likes holding things down. I think it's like a stress reaction. Interesting. Because, like, it felt good to hold it down, but I know it's, like, not good for my finger to just hold something down for an hour. I feel like I want a fidget cube right now. And I have one, it's just in the other room. I should get like a stress ball I can just squeeze during stream. Nice. Nice.
Oh, well?
One that works when you press and one that toggles? Yeah. You can just hit right click and it'll just toggle the water to on. Grabs you, kisses you on the forehead. What the heck? Are you a coward? Kiss me on the forehead? Bananas, I swear to God I will make out with you right here. Also, Bananas wants a nerd. And Cheems wants a mwah. We can't do that until marriage. You're right. How do you feel about becoming a Jones Jones? How did I get the way that I am? This is my new question. How, if I'm like so anxious around new people and I'm like an introvert leaning ambivert, how did I get good at speaking to people? Like, it seems like those things shouldn't be able to coexist. Pivot will remember what I was like in middle school. Like, when I first moved to Alabama, I just sort of like sat in my chair and squirmed and didn't speak to anyone. And I would say like short sentences when people spoke to me, like just not quite certain of what to do about it. And I was never sure of anyone's intentions. Like, I was fucking tiny. I was baby. So why is it that I'm the one that's very good at talking to people? Is it really just because I've scientifically mastered the art of observing people and using that to talk to them? Does that actually work for me? Because it sure as hell doesn't work for most people. Yo, what's poppin'? What's poppin'? Go ahead and tell me. Thank you for following.
Oh my God, you're so fucking cute!
Mars, you're so fucking cute. I feel like I did the same. Do you? I thought you were good at talking to people when we were younger. I mean, you certainly felt comfortable inviting everyone to come over and make silly videos. Which will never be shared with anyone now that the two of us are public figures. It was different back then. Explain. Show your work. Oh no, trust me, Pivot doesn't want to share these videos either. There's some shit. Public figures? Honestly, never thought of it like that. It is a weird thought to have, but I cannot ignore that being a streamer has the same responsibility of being like an influencer, you know? Like, I'm not big and I don't have any illusions of grandeur, but in my position now, words that I say can reach hundreds of people every stream. And I have to think about that. I go to bed thinking about that. The number only gets bigger. The amount of ways that I fuck up only becomes more intense. It's fun that way. I really do enjoy it. I'm not, like, scared of it. Crudberry, what do you want to say to hundreds of people right now? If you're looking to take a shit, go do it. Don't wait. But honestly, like, on the subject of being a quote-unquote public figure, and, like, success in streaming, I feel like I really do have to be prepared to possibly become popular. Just because I'm still shocked at how quickly I got to here. Like, this is shit that blows my mind. Like, in 1 year of streaming, I've gotten to places that other streamers themselves have told me that it took them like a decade to get consistently 30 to 50 people watching. And I don't take that for granted. This is a very huge thing to me. I told my parents that I hit 1K followers, and they were like, whoa. You can do that? Like, these are people who regularly come by, and I'm like, yeah. Like, all of them to varying degrees, but yeah. It's weird. And specifically the speed of it is weird. Ugh. Like, ADHD at work. Give me a second. Persona. Kill. But yeah, like, I streamed for all of 1 week before hitting affiliate. And I hit affiliate, like, right around my birthday. And then after that, like, people just kept showing up. Like, so at the beginning of my streams, I had the Ditherkins estate. I would post there that I was going live, and people who knew me from Dither's chat would show up to watch. And that happened consistently, and then I started making my own audience. People like Bananas showed up and saw me playing Halo or something, and they'd be like, oh, interesting, I want to hang around this person. One of the quintessential streamer experiences that every streamer has is starting up, talking to no one, and continuing to talk to no one. And this is not a brag. This is not me being like, oh, Flip's hair, because I literally do not have the ability to feel like proud of myself most of the time. This is just a fact about me that scares me and makes me feel strange. I have never had that happen. I did not once have to endure the feeling of nobody being in chat and me just having to wing it for a stream with maybe like 1 to 5 people around. That just didn't happen, ever. And that makes me extremely lucky. And I don't want people saying, like, no, it's because of the merits of your character. Sure, maybe that plays into it to some degree, but that downplays the character of a lot of other streamers who have it harder than I do. I have luck, is what I have. I am a lucky person to have gotten this far. And I have to think about that. I have to think about responsibility that could possibly come with that. If a year from now, my stream has, like, tripled its success, and I'm a Twitch partner and, like, doing, like, brand deals and shit, I have to be careful of what I do and don't accept. And if someone asks my opinion on, like, a podcast stream, I have to think about what I want to say and phrase it in a way that isn't going to offend people. If someone asks my opinion on, like, feminist rights, I have to make disclaimers like, I am not a woman, I have not experienced presenting as a woman, I don't know what life is like for women. However, this is what I can summarize from what I have been told by people that I know and trust who are women. Like, there's all of this shit that I have to have in my brain about how to properly handle myself on the internet, because people are going to see me. And I want to be as positive an influence as I can possibly be. And that's weird, because I'm just some fucking dude from Oregon. I don't know. Like, I'm not interesting. I can't say that. Fuck, because then people are going to be like, you are interesting. Okay. I'm not special. I'm just a dude. I'm just some guy who shit the bed financially and started streaming out of a panic. And it worked. There is no reason that I should be here. It feels like black magic. So it's weird. That's basically the summarization of this conversation topic. It's fucking weird, right? Like, I don't know, I thought people had to do, like, a lot of special events type things, or like, here's my monthly subathon, or here, I have the best emotes on all of Twitch, they're so creative, and I had a panel of people come up with the best way to scientifically create an engaging channel. I thought I'd have to put in a ton of effort to make this happen, and instead, I just tried it, and my first try was a success. And when people ask me, hey, do you think I should get into streaming? I always say, not as a job. As the person who does it for their job. And it feels weird. Because it shouldn't have worked for me. If I'm looking at this mathematically, from a statistics point of view, this should not have worked. This is an investment that every broker would have been like, what are you doing? Don't do that. But here I am. It's weird. And I like it. Obviously I like it. I would never, like, look a gift horse in the mouth of this caliber. I would never frown upon a maw offered to me. But this is just fucking weird. Never want to do this as a job. It can only ever be a project of passion. Yeah. And I want that for people. Because streaming is definitely something that's fun as fuck to do. As like an art form. And like, when you feel like you feel financially secure and also have some free time, you can just stream and it'll be like fulfilling. Like, that shit's neat. But no. Currently, streaming is what makes me feel stable and safe. I have gotten to a point where streaming is my job and I need it. And I can't believe that. Like, I am still in the state of, like, not wanting to pinch myself. Because it does not feel real. I love your streams, they mean a lot to me. I'm happy I found you. Well, heck, fucking... You're awesome. So thank you. I love your streams. I don't even know what to say. That might be the weirdest part that I will never get used to. Is people whose streams I looked up to saying that they like my streams. I'm just like, what did I do? I don't fucking know. And I know that most of these people would say the same thing. El Jado is going to say that right now. El Jada's gonna say, what the fuck? What the fuck? Uh-huh. No, yeah, right. I really am a JoJo, huh? I just did the Joseph thing. But like, I just don't know how this happened. And if life is a simulation, someone was kind to me. I mean, I'm like 5 different kinds of minority, so they weren't extremely kind. But you get it. I love this guy. I love this nozzle. Just getting all up in there. I love getting all up in there. Look how satisfying this is. Oh. Get in there. Fuck. Okay, I'm doing detailing before I'm done with the main thing. Friendship's really invaluable to me. Hey, bananas. Same. I want to talk about bananas for a second. Christian is one of those people who is just like kind of just came out of nowhere. Like, literally just, oh, saw you on Twitch, started being in chat, made a bunch of really fucking wild puns on a Skyrim stream, and I was like, this guy, this fucking clown, I want to speak to them. It's the most like, how do you even describe it? The most, like, just out of nowhere friendship. Because there was not a period of, like, sussing each other out. It was just kind of like, one day I was like, you know what, I'm gonna have fucking bananas on stream. Like, just out of nowhere. It was just, I think it was Dark Souls. And bananas was super into Dark Souls. And I was like, literally, why the fuck would I not have bananas on stream? I feel like we're not close friends yet, but that should change. And so I just put them on screen, and I was like, hello. And, like, huge gamble. I did not know how you would react to being on stream. I was kind of expecting it to be just, like like, because I was feeling frisky. I felt like rolling the dice. I was like, you know what? I think from what I have seen of you, that I am a good judge of you being a great stream guest. And then you were. And I was like, good. I chose correctly. That does not always work. FBI, I'm not joking, I'm a stone cold killer. FBI, I'm definitely joking, but that's kind of horny? Okay, but hang on. What is this? What am I thinking? I'm just saying, Bloodborne's my favorite FromSoft game for a reason. There's a lot of blood in it. It's a lot of crud too, I presume. I would crud with Lawrence. I'd give him a little bit of my crud. Someday Deej will hydrate and check their posture and give me the smooch I deserve. Yeah, here, let me fucking gulp. Is that enough of a hydrate for you? Did Deej ever do those fucking workout redeems? What workout redeems? Workout 10 reps of something, workout 10 reps of something. Alright, fine. What the fuck do you want? What do you want me to do, huh? You want me to touch my toes? Wait, hang on. I heard like a weird little sound. I want to see if it was in the music. No. That sound wasn't in the song. What was that sound? I heard like a it was like a bee in the game or something? I don't know. 'Twas interesting. Mine were push-ups. Banana says squats. Rumble. Wow, so aggressive. Need a little more help burning off that frustration. Yeah, what'd you have in mind? Can you do bicep curls? I don't have any weights. Now Puppy Dubs wants a workout. What does Puppy Dubs want? Get a grocery bag and some cans of food. What? 10 squats. Bust 10 nuts. Oh, alright, I gotta get going. Oh my god, Friend House. I want Friend House to happen so bad. You know what I want? I want Tefera to move to America. Because he could do that. And I think he wants to. Did you know that Tefera is Taiwanese, but also already an American citizen. The only thing stopping Tefera from moving to America is an airplane. He literally just needs to get a ride. That's it. So I'm like, motherfucker, why haven't you done that? It's going to school. Tefera is going to school, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't want to talk about Tefera's personal life. It's not my place to talk. But like, I am pretty sure if Tefera had the chance to just get over here instead of being in school, he would be like excited, at least. And so I'm kind of like, damn, if I could just like, if I could just Sims forward fucking extend my house into the backyard a little bit and have another room, I so fucking would. I would bring that cat in here in a heartbeat. America kind of sucks ass to live in, TBH. Well, you will find most places on the planet suck ass to live in. Like, everywhere has their own problems. America is good for almost always being somewhat close to a city. America is good for, like, being able to get a job. And you might be like, ah, yes, but capitalism sucks. But capitalism exists in more places than just here. It does suck extra bad in America, but there's a lot of openings, and we're about to have a job revolution. So, I don't know, what do you think about that? One day, soon, there's gonna be fucking, like, a huge wage overhaul, and there's gonna have to be, because people literally aren't working. I don't know if you've been to, like, a restaurant lately. Nobody's working there. We went to fucking IHOP over the weekend, and they not only had a help wanted sign, but they had a second help wanted sign at the front desk directly inside with applications and like a pile begging to be filled out because they were so understaffed. And that is normal now. Every place has that. What else is the problem? We've got healthcare that is like sucky shitty. Should be universal healthcare. And yeah, that does suck, but you know what? It's not the worst. Now, is America evil? Yes. We are the bad guys. But we are currently not the worst. Currently? That's my sales pitch for America. Come here. America, not quite the worst. Yeah, exactly. Something that I always thought was purely American was our, like, really shitty response to COVID. And, like, how a lot of people were, like, specifically yelling about how it's stupid and we should never have masks and, like, freedoms and shit like that. Come to find out, Canada's having problems with that. And I was like, what the fuck? I thought they were chill up there. But no, they've had, like, a bunch of fucking anti-mask rallies. And it's like, an issue. Oh, hey, you know what America isn't fucking doing right now? Brexit. That's gotta be, like, rough not knowing what your country is going to be. A lot of those issues are imported from America first. I mean, like I said, we are evil. But I'm just talking about places to live. So, like, even if you're like, oh man, America's a bad place to live because, like, it's doing this shit. Like, other countries are doing that shit. We might be the cause of it, but it is also happening elsewhere. As globalization becomes more of a reality, it also becomes more of a reality that the superpowers of the world will just become the world. Which is, God, who knows if that's good or bad or terrible. I'm just a bear. I'm not qualified to talk about this. When America sneezes, everyone has a cold. That is very true. Are you the bear from Undertale that says, that's politics? I am that bear, but I will also suggest you breadtubers to watch. Like, yes, things are terrible, and they're terrible oftentimes because of us. That is politics. This is how it works, unfortunately. Here, watch this video by PhilosophyTube about civil unrest and why we should do it. Can't believe we turned wearing masks into an issue of freedom, but that is how politics work here. Here's an H-Bomber Guy video about why that's bad. Let's have a civil unrest. I will summarize a little bit of the points of civil unrest breadtube videos. You know... Actually, no. First of all, I'm going to answer this question. What is breadtube? So... breadtube is fucking... basically just like leftist content. You can say far left, but that makes it sound like they're kind of crazy. It's not like, it's not far left as in like way out there left. It's far left as in these are people who have looked at society and psychology and sociology, and they have learned that there is not a whole lot of good ways to fix the world in a way that helps the most people possible without making changes that will fundamentally rework certain parts of America or other places. So basically, it's like, how do we change the world? Well, we change the world, you know? Everyone wants to change the world, and these are people who are like, hey, here's how to do it. Or at least people who like structure a framework in your mind that tells you, oh, these are the things that I should be thinking about. This is a new way for me to look at stuff. A lot of breadtubers might focus on like the issues of race in popular culture, or like issues with how we see men versus women, or how we view the world in general. And they kind of take the blinders off and make you think like, this movie was well received, but is it good? Zootopia was entertaining, but what does the changing of the original narrative to the narrative that we got say about how American animators are afraid to talk about cops in a negative light? Stuff like that. That's what breadtube would do. And they try to be very objective generally, like in contrast to content that is often seen from the far right, which, hoo boy. But in contrast to that, they like to cite their sources and allow you to go look at their sources, and they basically beg you to call them out on things that are wrong. They admit that they are wrong often if they are wrong, because it's important to them to try and be impartial and look at things from like directions that everyone can agree is factually correct. Whereas a lot of far-right content has a specific agenda that involves lying to you and misrepresenting facts in a way that make you want to believe them because, oh, it says they cited a study, but they won't link you to the study because if you read it, then you would be informed, and that's not their goal. So, like, it's hard describing BreadTube to people because it might just sound like, oh, commie bullshit, right? But, like, even if it aligns with political ideologies, they're not always trying to. Sometimes they're just telling you the truth and then suggesting what might be effective, and it just kind of happens that it aligns with a certain political ideology. Because, oops. Ugh. I believe it was Philosophy Tube who said, I may want to be impartial, but the fact is, what I am saying cannot be considered impartial politically because it does align with a certain agenda. So I want to feel as though I am not biased, but facts do not care about my feelings. Which is sort of cheeky. I like that. She has also said that about a couple other things, always with the same cheekiness. You're cheeky. I want to pinch your cheeks. You should. What was the thing I was going to say earlier about BreadTube? I don't know. Let me look at chat. Maybe I'll figure it out. Oh, wait. It's sort of coming to me. Vaccines. People lying. Yeah, I'm trying to think and I can't find it. I totally had the thing to say. I don't know what it is. I'm sure I'll say it at some point later. But y'all are going off. left too, but it's all bread baking channels. Baking bread and being leftist sounds pretty good. Look up The Liberal Cook. That is a bread tube channel. They literally bake things while talking about important issues. They're also polyamorous, and they have a video about polyamory that is very good. Because while it might be important while it might be like more generally understood in fairy circles, a lot of the world still does not understand what polyamory is, and it is still going to be difficult to explain it to my parents. So having a video like that from The Liberal Cook, I think will make it easier. Okay, I have fucked up this chimney. How is it not clean? Let me up there. I'm gonna jump with my own 2 feet. Alright, fine. Well, I didn't want to spend the stream talking about politics, but is it really politics? Okay, maybe this isn't the thing I was going to say, but this is something I want to say because it's interesting and important to me. So, there is so much shit that should not be political. Like, quote-unquote political. Like, there's so much stuff that people kind of point to and say, like, oh, you're speaking from this agenda, or you're working towards like this political purpose, and what they mean is you are biased in a way that I do not see as like fair for a casual conversation or even like a general conversation. Are there parts of this chimney that are literally hidden? It's entirely clean. What the fuck do you want from me? But like that notion of like, oh, let's not get political. Let's not talk about politics. I just want to keep it civil and not discuss these hard issues. I have to get political about it because that notion comes from a place of privilege that I have never had. My existence is political because I am black. And not only am I black, I am mixed race. So there are parts of blackness that I don't even get to relate to because in parts of my life, I have been excluded from blackness for being sort of white. But then, obviously, around a lot of white people in the South, I was still called the N-word. So it's like, And like I deal with financial troubles that like haunt black families. My family was lucky in that both of my grandparents on my dad's side got to be in extraordinary positions during World War II, and they made money that way and were able to put it away in a savings and have it for like future generations. Oh, this is also the chimney. Got it. But like, there are systems in place that are designed to make it harder for me to be me. And like, not only am I black, but I am trans, and I am poly, and I don't really like present myself as a different gender than I was born as sex-wise. So like, even though I am not male gender-wise all the time, sometimes it aligns male, but I don't call it that. I call it just bleh. My gender is a fuck, and he, him is fine. I don't care. I'm not upset with it. Sometimes I love it. Sometimes I'm like, whatever. But since I present male, I also have partners who present male, and then that gets seen as gay, and there's a whole slew of like predispositions around that. And then fucking I have mental disabilities, and there's a lot of shit that's harmful concerning that. I don't know. What other weird things are there about me? I'm a furry. I don't know if that counts, but it seems like nowadays people sort of equate being a furry with being like queer and isolated. So shrug. It's sort of a chicken and egg scenario if you ask me, but there's just so many things about me that are not supported by the norm. And there are so many people who actively want to make a lot of those things about me illegal. Polyamory is another one. I currently cannot marry everyone that I would marry if I could. That's kind of fucked up. And for what reason? Because we're supposed to have a nuclear 50s style household with one man marrying one woman? Or since 2015, one man marrying one man. Ooh! It is actually great progress, but come on, let me be poly. And then fucking... I don't know, it just gets exhausting having people tell me not to get political when I'm talking about issues that deal with this stuff that I have to see every day. Like, what someone means when they say don't get political is I don't want to think about that topic. But not wanting to think about it is such a boo-hoo thing to me because I can't stop thinking about it. I was born into it. It's all I have. So it's just a little silly to me that I'll have a conversation on Twitter and be like, hey, here's my experience as a queer black person. And they'll be like, oh, here we go, you're making it political. And I'm like, breathing is political? I guess. Like, You want to talk about how to improve the country, but you don't want to get political. So, if I say we need to put in place structures that combat racism, suddenly that is political, yet racists exist and continue to exist, and that is not political? Leaving things the way they are is not political, even if leaving things the way they are means that I have a worse life than everyone else? It's just a weird way to think about things. It's the exact got mine attitude that makes it so hard to make things happen in America. Like, you want to improve the economy, but as soon as it's suggested that we start actively housing homeless people and allowing folks to not have to pay for healthcare, it's political. Even though those are two of the best ways we could improve our economy, by letting more people participate in it. I don't get it. It's just factual. How is that political? People are funny. Don't dare ask, why is there racism? Why are they racist? That's uber political unless the answer is because they're dumb, lol. Yeah. Like, it's the sort of thing, it's, that's why Zootopia is such a huge failing. It is a charming movie, it's funny, right? But it tries to address the idea of, having prejudices against people, while also being a movie that says, being a cop is great. It's a little rough, but if you're good at it, then whatever. You can't do both of those things at the same time, because in the real world, the thing that people are going to compare your movie to, the political structures that force people to be in states of lower standing, are they are directly enforced by the cop structures. Like, it cannot be ignored that policing enforces racism, and then Zootopia is like, no, but this time policing ended racism. The police are good. And I would love to have a story about good cops. They just need to exist first. And that's not saying that no cops want to be good, but if you are a cop, you have to understand that you are trying to be a good cop under a system that is inherently bad. And if you are not 100% of the time attempting to change that system, you are a part of it. Also, I just heard the noise again. What was that? Is that the game? Does my character just go every now and again? Because that's weird. Also, hello, Days. Welcome the heck in. I saw that you raided. There's a thing about rabbits, but this is another level. Randomly came here and the first thing I hear is prejudice against people. Yep, welcome to the crudberry camp. I'm assuming we already got shoutouts for Days. Days Drago, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome the heck into the stream. Sorry that you showed up at an intensely political moment, but also that's how it goes. I hope y'all are enjoying your time here with me, and if you are here and have not checked out Days Drago, I hope you will click that link, go to their channel, hit the follow button. Do it immediately. It's important. If you wish to be cool. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad that you had a good time. What is your favorite shitty national chain restaurant? Panda Express. Next question. Panda is fast food. Okay, so you want like a sit-down restaurant? Well, you should have been more specific. What else is dirty? Oh, here. At the very beginning. Okay. Okay. Here. If you talk about sit-down restaurants, I like Applebee's. That's my one. Gonna look while I do post-stream care. Had a long night tonight and prep for my new scheduling. Hope the power washing goes awesome. Thank you so much, Days. Enjoy your lurk. Let me... Whoa. I accidentally hit fucking... Whoa. I hit Windows tab instead of Alt tab. Hey, y'all. Fucking spooky. Don't ever do that. It's way too much presentation. Nobody needs that much. So a news piece somewhere that exposed how flagrantly alt-right some police academies are. Yeah, so... It's like... Ugh, it's complex. Okay, so... This is gonna be educational. I wish I could be like a bread tuber and cite my sources. I cannot. My sources are a hodgepodge of things that I have looked up and researched and read about and listened to from a lot of different places that all cited their sources. And so if you would like to look up what I'm about to say, you can totally do it because the information is free if you only were to research. And I encourage you to do so because research is healthy and helps you have a better understanding of the factual realities of the world we live in. That being said, police have a bit of an inherent rub with minorities. That rub being that a lot of police, especially in America, came to exist by way of needing to make sure, like, certain structures were kept in place. For example, you needed people to catch folks who ran away from where they were working without pay back in the day. You know who would do that is the police would do that. And you needed people to enforce, like, just disputes of, like, many different kinds. Basically, okay. Basically, the cops were founded on racism, and the cops continue to be racist because they're trying to enforce a law that applies to everyone equally, while disparities apply unequally. Where, let's say, because theft is illegal and police need to stop thieves, they need to start thinking, how do we stop thieves? Okay, well, it turns out a lot of thieves are people of color. Why is that? Maybe it's because a lot of people who need to do desperate things to survive are people of color. And then, like, that starts barreling into, oh, well, this is because there are systems in place that make it more difficult for people of color to have success. And then inherently they start, like, going into all of these different modes of, okay, well, we're going to have to start profiling, which, no, they don't. They could change their system to be better in a lot of different ways, but they don't do that because it's easier to do this, and most of them are white because, surprise, surprise, they don't like hiring a lot of black people, and when they do, oh, you better believe they don't get to change things. They have in-groups within the in-groups, and if the system tries to make them more sensitive, like a lot of places have, they've changed their rules to be more inclusive and more, like, thoughtful about racial disparities and wealth disparities and things of that nature that affect policing, because they affect the populace and they affect where crime happens and what is perceived as crime and whether or not civil unrest is perceived as crime, which it shouldn't be, but it is. And all of that starts snowballing into a place where police structures will like to fight back. So if a system is trying to become more progressive and make things better for the community, police communities who don't agree with those structure changes will hire people to come speak to their cops to tell them how to continue the old ways and be a quote-unquote warrior, which is not what being a cop is about. Being a cop is about protecting and serving. Being a warrior is about taking what you think is yours and no one can tell you it's not. So even when we change certain things, a lot of it stays the same because the changes we make are not getting rid of the corrupt people at the top. And the corrupt people at the top are corrupt nationwide because there is a network of them that works with each other. So if you fire a cop from one place, when you hear, this dude who murdered 3 people in their homes because he thought they had weed, he lost his job, didn't go to jail, because of course he didn't, because he works in a system that prevents that from happening to him specifically, but he lost his job. So then that person who loses his job, everyone's like, oh wow, punishment for him, right? Now we can move on and stop thinking about it. But then he just moves to another city and gets a job as a cop there, and no one talks about that. But that happens all the time. It is a self-sustaining structure that has a certain ideology that does not want to change no matter what. And it's terrible. And it's difficult to break apart without just breaking the whole thing. Which is why the best solutions that we have are solutions that fundamentally rewrite how that works. And that is where we get into, this is so political. How could you think that you're making an objective decision when your ideas are also political? It's political because we're trying to solve a problem, and you've told us that you're trying to solve a problem, and this is the way to solve it, but you don't like the way that we're trying to solve it, even though factually it is the way to do it. It just gets frustrating, because when something like all cops are bastards becomes shorthand for explaining all of the things that I've just explained to you, people who don't get it and have never heard it will not understand what you mean when you say that. And you don't always have 15 minutes to explain why something is bad. You only have, all cops are bastards. Or like, defund the police was a big thing that people were saying in 2020, and saying less now, even though it's still relevant. Weird. That is just like not removing all funding from the police so they fucking go hungry and can't do anything, and then there's crime running rampant. It's not what it is. People will say that's what it is. It's literally not true and has never been true of the movement. What that is talking about is like, hey, cops sure do a lot of violence, and then there's no cops to stop the violence. Maybe instead of putting them in situations where they feel like they need to use their cop training, which generally is warrior training, as we've already discussed, maybe we should have other people do those things, and we should use the money that we give cops to do those things to instead have them not do those things, and then pay other people who are more apt to do those things to do them. It's literally cops are overworked and have the incorrect training for the things we tell them to do. Let's make them do the job that they want to do and not the job that they don't need to be doing. So responding to someone who has a mental health crisis does not need to be a cop issue. That should be a mental health professional issue. And so we take the money that we pay cops to do that thing and give it to someone else. It's very reasonable and makes a lot of sense, and it would be good for cops actually. But it would be bad for racism. And so the structures in place that employ the cops do not want it to happen, and so they tell you that it's bad and would make crime run rampant because they want to influence the public consciousness to be against it. Again, all factual. Just shit you can look up. Just the real truth.
Massive and shit X10, Deej, I just want to say that I love who you are. I'm so sorry that this country is obsessed with antagonizing you because you don't fit its perfect mold for the ideal American drone. You deserve a very comfortable and happy existence free of such irrational garbage. Crud heart pivot love.
I agree, and thank you for saying so. Just because that reality does not exist doesn't mean that I am not comfortable. I am lucky to be comfortable, but I am comfortable. I have my own systems and structures that make things easier for me, and that makes me happy. I don't want to forget that I am having a good time. And that's what life is about. So thank you. I do appreciate those words. They're very kind. Thank God I found you. Fuck you. Okay. But also, I want to make sure you're not, like, concerned about how I'm doing, because things will be okay. Alright, now where's this post that needs cleaning? They bash and shame the empathetic cadets into stopping trying to de-escalate situations and be empathetic and go, why don't you shoot him? You should shoot him. Or do you want your fellow cops to die? Yeah, it is very much like that. And it honestly, like, so there are one or two scenarios. One, the cop knows that they are racist and they are doing all of these things specifically to support racist structures. Or two, the cop does not know that they are racist, and they panic and don't know what to do besides pull out their gun and shoot a black man. Both of these things are real things that happen, and they're both problems, and they're both results of the same problematic system. What we do about those things is sort of, I don't know, but there are ways to start making things better. And it's just unfortunate. 'Cause, like, okay, anecdotes are a good way to explain things. So there's an episode of fucking Law and Order Special Victims Unit that is after Detective Stabler is off the show, which means objectively they're all bad episodes, because Stabler is a hunk. Chris Maloney's fucking hot. I love him. And also, he just was a way better fit for, what's her name? Is it Mariska Hargitay that plays, the other detective? Wait. Yes, it is her. Oh, I'm so glad I got it right. But anyway, the episode was about a cop who gets a call about, like, something violent happening, and he runs in to try and, like, de-escalate the issue. He sees someone who is, like, engaged in the violence or trying to run away from it, but he's unarmed, and he appears around a corner right after someone who is armed goes around that corner. The cop panics and shoots and, like, hits him. I don't know if he kills him, but he hits the unarmed guy with a bullet. And then he's like, oh god, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh fuck, this is not good at all. And the episode explores the backlash surrounding that from the cop's perspective. And I'm not going to say if it did it well or not, because it came out a long time ago and I don't quite remember it. But I remember it being interesting. Because it highlighted the issue of he used his gun because he panicked. And on one hand, that makes it more relatable and, like, easier for you to digest why a cop might do these things. And people would be like, that's shitty writing. I don't want to relate to this because they shouldn't be doing it. But it's also realistic writing, because nobody, like, not saying nobody asked this, but the thing we need to be asking is, why are cops panicking? If they are as expertly trained as we're led to believe they are, they should enter a situation like that, and they should know, in X situation, do Y. Panic should not be an option. But because there is so much noise in their training, it makes them think that the world is out to get them, and they are genuinely afraid of a lot of people that they're supposed to be protecting. When you are afraid of people that you're protecting, you're not going to protect them, because you think you need to protect yourself, and that becomes a big issue. So, like, even while saying ACAB, there is also an angle of, like, you know, kind of feel sorry for these guys sometimes. Not most of them, because most of them are kind of shitty, but, like, a lot of them genuinely do think that the world is out to get them, especially now when we're highlighting these facts and a lot of the structures in power are trying to tell these cops that we're just attacking them for no reason. That shit can get really fucking hard to deal with. Maybe post refers to one of these fence posts. And, like, when you have an idea of like the Call of Duty man who is getting shot at, and the only way to move forward and continue protecting your country is to shoot back, you're not going to wait for someone else to shoot before you shoot back. Yes, okay, it's this. Okay, so timber frames, I still need to work on. Where are those? Is there a place for me to examine what a timber frame is? How do I... Timber frames. I want to highlight these. Where are they? You say has an obscene culture of violence. Yes. Especially when one of the biggest issues on the US docket is like the push for people to keep their own guns and their right to use guns. When people try to like tell cops like, yo, we should probably like, you know, defund some of this and try to use those funds for better things, what's going to enter their mind is you are infringing my Second Amendment right, because that's what they have been trained to think. And then that feels like an attack on them, especially when they're specifically told this is an attack on you. Can be a whole lot of bullshit. And it's just rough. Like, it's hard to make things change when everyone is like having a difficult time communicating why it needs to change. Oh, I got one. So, like, I don't know. My instinct when people ask, like, do you really think every single cop is a bad person? Obviously, I want to say no. Because there are going to be some of them that, like, genuinely want to deserve the trust that we give them. And it is even like a noble intent to go into being a cop trying to be a good one. But once you're there, it's just not that simple. Maybe it's more like not actively. Yeah. They push through. It's a spectacular example of gaslighting to act like California's strict gun laws are an example of liberal tyranny when they were pushed through by noted Republican Governor Ronald Reagan in response to the Black Panther Party arming themselves. Yes. Oh, this is what I was gonna say before. Okay, so the ideas that leftists and bread tubers and all these people have now, one, are not new. 2 are not extreme, and 3 are not unfamiliar. One of the things that annoys me the most, and one of my favorite YouTube channels, Some More News, did an entire video about this. I greatly recommend you go watch their stuff. It's run by Cody Johnston, who was on Cracked a long time ago. He was like a comedian, and still is a comedian, that did stuff about like Star Wars and all these different sorts of things. Really funny, also sometimes pretty depressing, but usually will leave you feeling like, huh, I know more things, and I laughed some. But yeah, so something that really fucking sucks is you will have people who want you to like not protest in like an ugly way, basically like if civil unrest is necessary, then I want you to protest, but they'll say do it like Martin Luther King would have done it, by which they mean non-violent, and violent can mean anything from harming a person, which protesters like probably shouldn't be doing, but it can also mean like destroying like property that might be actively harming things, or defacing property, stealing, anything that's not what you would do as the average citizen on an average day can be called violent. Anything that creates friction between you and the people you're trying to protest against could be called violent. And Martin Luther King, while he is a big like symbol of peaceful protests and not doing things that make the white folk unhappy, he was in no way a like oh, let's just hope it works out when we say words. That wasn't his MO. He is very often quoted talking about violence and how it is the language of people who are oppressed. And he very much was constantly talking about how racism was a system and not just an issue in people's minds. Racism is not something that was up to the common man to solve. It was not, let's all hold hands and individually decide to stop being racist. It was a state of being for the country that was put in place on purpose. His I Have a Dream speech is always something that people quote, saying, oh, he had a dream that everyone would be treated exactly the same, which means you can't give black people special treatment, is what like Fox News hosts will say, because he wants them to be treated the same way as white people are treated. So we can't give grants out to black people because, well, they don't deserve that. They want to be treated the same way that everyone's treated, and white people don't get grants, so why should they? The other famous speech, or even maybe it might even be part of the I Have a Dream speech, actually, but the other famous like phrase that Martin Luther King says is that black people were given a bad check. They were promised that they would be treated equally, and then they were given unequal social standing, unequal pay, and they had never had the chance to build up generational wealth. So they had inherently an unequal beginning. It was like sending them on a race by tying their legs together, shooting the gun in the air, and having everyone run, and then being like, oh, but black people, you have to untie yourselves first. And he was saying this was a systemic issue, and that people who were fed up with this issue may respond violently, but that violence should be considered, like, rather than, oh, how dare you respond this way, on the level of the individual, it should be asked of the country, what have you done that your people feel the need to do this? Which is a pretty poignant point to make. Like, if folks in 2020 were all in the streets all over America, literally every city in America had major protests following the death of George Floyd, like, if that happens and people are this unhappy and it's like during a pandemic and they still feel the need to march in such huge, literally historic, never before seen numbers, maybe we shouldn't focus on the fact that they are protesting in a way that we feel is uncomfortable. But maybe you should look at the people who are doing the thing that you feel is uncomfortable and wonder, how did our country get so bad that it made people think this was the only way they would be heard? And that is what Martin Luther King would say. And it just bothers me that people don't want you to get all political, and they cite him as, like, a source for that, when he literally did not feel that way, and also was assassinated by secret police because he was too far left. Just something to think about. But crudberry, the founding fathers had this perfect document called the Constitution, which is an ultimate roadmap of America. The country isn't doing anything wrong. Yeah, this bunch of 20-somethings who had never worked in government before got together and said, I think this would work. And now that's the Bible that we live our country by, rather than a suggestion of how things should work. Certainly there's not a clause written into the Constitution specifically saying these rules are imperfect and made to be broken if the need arises. Certainly that couldn't be true. As I rub my temples. Something at Quincash is something I think about is how countries in Europe and elsewhere rewrite their constitutions frequently. Not that those countries are perfect either, but it's still interesting. Yes, as it should be, rewriting constitutions is important because the times change. Obviously, the example everyone will expect me to talk about is going to be the Second Amendment, because it was written about having a militia when they were, like, trying to support themselves from under British rule. They were not a superpower, and so they thought, we will be attacked. You need to have your guns in order to defend your country. It's a little different nowadays. And, like, I feel like that should be addressed. I don't know the answer. I'm not going to say that I know exactly how to do it and how to instigate or how to implement gun control, because it's a very complex issue that a lot of people have trouble, like, even discussing without making some slip up that gets everybody like, oh, but what about this issue? But yeah, that's an example. Other examples might include free speech. One, I think free speech is very important. But two, maybe it shouldn't extend to people literally doing, like, you know, hate crimes. Like, everyone needs to be able to say what they need to say. And I'm not saying that people who are evil shouldn't be allowed to speak their minds, because they should. Free speech. I do believe in that. But when free speech is being used as a defense for, like, neo-Nazism, maybe we could still crack down on the neo-Nazism while also defending their right to free speech. Like, they don't get to cite free speech as they tell people to go do violence. And in fact, there is a law about that, I think. I'm pretty sure inciting violence is the one big thing that, like, free speech does not cover. But we are not enforcing that nearly hard enough when the Proud Boys, who live just north of where I live, can come down here brandishing guns and the cops don't do anything. It's a bit of a problem. And I think maybe we need to be a little more specific about how that works if we want to solve it. I had the instinct just now to say, wow, this stream got very political. But again, it really didn't. It just got factual. And that sounds like something that someone who is trying to be, like, polarizing would say. Like, oh, these are just the facts. You just gotta deal with it. I'm right. You're wrong. But, like, straight up, like, no lie, just look it up. The facts, like, all of the information that I have is based on research that I have done and facts that I have seen. And, like, I can't do anything to, like, control my bias more so than literally citing my sources as much as possible. Which, again, can't do because I'm not looking it up right now. So what I'm telling you to do is, if you're curious about anything I've said, please do your best to prove me wrong. Tell me that I am wrong if you find that I am wrong. Go look it up. Find these facts. I am confident that I am mostly correct, but do give it a look. Are we talking about the Will Smith slap? Because we can go down this road. Let's talk about the Will Smith slap. One, Will Smith should not have gone up on stage and slapped Chris Rock. Two, that joke about Will Smith's wife should not have been made. It's insensitive and, like, pretty fucking gross. 3, the joke was written for Chris Rock by a writer who is, like, working for the Oscars. So even if Chris Rock approved the joke and decided to go up on stage and say it, he is not the one to blame. The Oscars themselves are to blame for something that gross being said on stage. 4, Will Smith really shouldn't have gone on stage and hit Chris Rock physically. Heckling from the crowd, saying keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. Yo, that's free speech. Fucking do that shit. Oh, swear words are gonna be on TV. I don't care about that. But physical assault on another human being is not okay. Especially as a black man in Hollywood assaulting another black man. That's very bad optics if you are trying to be, like, someone who, like, is not an example for racists to use. A little unfortunate, I think, that now there's an entire famous incident that if someone wants to point to, oh, people of color are violent, they can just point to Will Smith. And it's not fair for them to say that about all people of color because Will Smith did one thing, and it's not fair to expect every black person to be, like, perfect, but it just makes things harder, like, that much harder for the rest of us, and that kind of sucks. 5, I don't think it was faked, and there's no point in talking about whether or not it was fake because it doesn't fucking matter anyway. Celebrities are rich assholes, all of them. So it's not worth getting into. And 6, I don't know. Oscars kind of suck anyway. They're awards that people most likely are paying to have in most of these cases. And that's why oftentimes a lot of the movies that win awards are movies you've never heard of, because it's not the masses determining what makes a movie good. It's just, hey, I paid you, give my movie an award. I heard that Chris ad-libbed. Oh, did you? Did Chris Rock say that he ad-libbed the joke and that he takes full responsibility for it? Chris Rock? Someone hired by the Oscars? Yeah, I trust that. I definitely think that there's no conflict of interest that would cause Chris Rock to take all of the blame for the Oscars. And hey, maybe he did ad-lib the joke. But maybe he didn't. Maybe the Oscars, just like every dealing with celebrities, told Chris Rock to say something, and he said it. But that's just a theory. And yeah, again, this is all just theories. Because we are not in these people's minds, and we can't say what they are or are not thinking. But yeah, it really is not worth a whole lot of thought beyond that it happened, and the memes are funny, and fuck the Oscars. It's not worth our time.
Overfem shit X 1000. Great. The comedian's dead. Will greater than.
Will. Oh my god, also, all the people who were like, oh my god, Will Smith could have killed Chris Rock. No, he couldn't have. That's not real. I am not going to say that Will Smith is 100% wrong in wanting to hit Chris Rock. I think that's entirely reasonable. I think doing it on stage in front of cameras broadcasting to the entire planet is kind of a pretty fucking bad move. Especially since it highlights the notion that the Oscars is a room full of celebrities who can do something unhinged and no one will escort them out. Pretty bad. There's an unspoken rule there that you're not supposed to do unhinged shit because no one will escort you out. And as soon as someone breaks the seal, everyone in the future who wants to do some unhinged shit is going to think back and be like, yeah, but Will Smith got away with slapping Chris Rock, so why can't I get away with punching Keira Knightley? It just kind of is destined to happen again now that it's happened. Honestly, Cheems, if award shows all became wrestling matches, I would love that. It'd be way more entertaining. Way more worth watching. Also, can I just say, my least favorite part of every awards show is the red carpet. That is just a very gross thing to exist, is the red carpet. Because, like, award shows are already gross in that they're just a circle jerk of rich people all sitting in one room, probably not enjoying each other's company, broadcast to the world for all of us to sit here and waste our time looking at, thinking, wow, I'm not them. And then the red carpet is like, oh, I don't think the Oscars brought enough attention to all these rich people who are not you. Here, let's have a moment for all of them to show off their one-of-a-kind, designed only for this one instance outfits that will be thrown away later. So that they can be performative for the public. Wow, do you think my dress was incredible? Who cares? It's just a place for people with money to waste their money flaunting it at each other and hoping that Vanity Fair will write that one of them quote-unquote won the red carpet. And it just, like, honestly and truly, who fucking cares? And you know what is the craziest thing about all of it? If some insider whistleblower leaked a story about Will Smith slapping Chris Rock being something that his publicist told him to do because it would get his name in the news during the release of his new Fresh Prince reboot, I literally would not blink at that. I would totally believe that that's a 100% plausible story. Because that kind of shit would happen. And you know what? Getting slapped in the face is gonna be great for Chris Rock's career, which wasn't really doing anything at the moment. Now everyone's talking about Chris Rock, including me. And I certainly wouldn't be if this hadn't happened. And then after Will Smith assaulted someone live on stage, the Oscars are like, oh, Will Smith is under review. Like, yeah, is he? How long is it taking you to delineate that? Are you going to announce tomorrow that after your review, you've decided to remove him from the room? Because he's not there anymore. You want to know something? If I was at the fucking Oscars and I did so much as brush against Will Smith wrong, I would be escorted the fuck out. Oh yeah, by the way, Chris Rock's world tour starts this Saturday, announced last month. Ah! Interesting. Very interesting. Also, just by the by, if Chris Rock is saying that he's ad-libbed his jokes, and that's like a normal thing for comedians on stage at the Oscars to do, maybe it shouldn't be, man. Like, maybe now they'll think twice about letting comedians ad-lib on stage. Just as a concept. Because, like, they definitely have people working at the Oscars who can look at people who are going to be in attendance and know, like, what their faces will look like. What outfit they will be wearing. You could make these jokes in a night and then send them over to Chris Rock after being thoroughly approved and have him say things that you control.
Massive and Shit X10. He might but surely be butting his lip butted shut so he can butt his butt at his show.
Thank you, Mars Boyfriend. Also, RFM, I didn't notice that you had cheered 1,000 bits earlier. That's a lot. Thank you. Holy heck. When is there gonna be a Crudmunity meetup? I don't know. MFF? That's where I'm gonna be. RFM, but yeah, I almost don't care about the whole thing. What actually makes me angry is the number of people somehow blaming it on Jada, saying Will is a cuck for agreeing to an open relationship, or just the bad vibe I get from YouTube people pontificating about the immorality of violence as if Smith shot somebody. So, yes. It's all stupid. And a lot of the tweets that I saw, I agree, were really grossly, like, pinning it on her as if Will was okay with it and then she made like a face or something and sicked him on Chris Rock. That's what I like to call sexism. She was literally having her physical illness being made fun of on stage at the Oscars. And some people's first instinct was to blame her for the situation, as if Will Smith is a fucking drone and can't figure out what he should and shouldn't do. Pretty silly. Like, whether or not you agree with what Will Smith did on Chris Rock's face, you have to admit that it's kind of stupid to think that it's Will Smith's wife's fault. Because, like, what the fuck even? Oh, look, you did order a smooch. Mwah.
ORFM Shared X 400. I totally forgot that YT can also stand for YouTube lol.
This is making me extraordinarily sleepy. Also, I believe I have 10 push-ups and 20 squats to do. Let me check. Yeah, okay. Oof. Big hacking stretches. I cleaned up my office a little bit and vacuumed all over. Feels a lot nicer in here. Okay. One push up, 2, 3, 4,
Oh well?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh well?
And then squats.
Oh well?
1, 2, 3,
Oh well?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Also, wow, all that squatting, now I have to pee. Heck, stay right there, chat. I'll be right back.
Oh well? Oh well? Oh well? Oh well? Oh well?
Okay. We are back. I can't believe I squatted the piss out of me. That's a new one. Let me check up on some stuff. Okay, cool. Looks like stuff is going well. Oh, whoa. There's a lot of woes. At Crudberry, sell me on the idea of going to a furry convention.
Oh well?
Meet furry friends that you already have. Make new furry friends.
Oh well?
Be in a space that will not judge you for being unapologetically the thing that you are and liking the things that you like. Buy merch. Eat good food. Be able to say that you were there when Cum Pizza happened. These are all things you could have with a con experience. Ugh. My fucking... Oof. The tendons in my arm do not like that I have been playing tense computer games at the edge of my desk. Alright, let's see how much better this works. Quite well.
Massive and shared X10, fun butt of butt by butts. When the original Woof Butt movie was being butt, they butt Paul Reedy Butts as one of the Antaga butts. It was his butt acting butt after being arrested, and he rebuttedly butted it a condition that his character look as butt to his butt shot as possible.
So Buttspot really is going crazy on the big messages, huh? Fun piece of trivia, when the original Buffy movie was being made, they cast Paul Reubens as one of the antagonists. It was his first acting role, after being arrested, and he reportedly made it a condition that his character look as close to his mugshot as possible. Wow. That's really funny. My brain is just vibing now. James, what? There is so much to unpack. That's like saying, oh, on the subject of cons, the pizza maker who stole my mom's car and used it to kidnap the president also went to MFF. Like, what? Wait. Why'd you mention that he makes pizza? Slush Dog, hello, hello. I am indeed Kruby. We are just doing some power washing. And we just got done having intense conversation. Possibly getting into another intense conversation? I see you like surfaces. I do. I also like interiors. Wink? Question mark? Crudberry likes making things squeaky clean. That's true. Makes you squeaky clean. Cleans you. Hold still. I've got shampoo. Cleans you aggressively. This might not be surfaces. Uh-oh. Do you mean the musical artist surfaces? I do also like them. Although I'm not a real fan. I only know their popular songs. Yeah, this is Walking Dog. Oh. James asked about favorite shampoos. Not sure. All I know is that the shampoo that I use has banana in it. Like, it's straight up partly made of banana. Banana shampoo. You know what's really funny is I no longer look at Bananas' name and think of the concept of a banana. Same with Babanasaur. Like, only when they themselves bring up bananas do I think about it. Try less shampoo or go to a cosmetics store. Treat yourself. Your hair deserves nice shampoo. I don't disagree. Leggy has a hair question. Entirely possible that I will not be able to answer a hair question for everyone, but go ahead. How the fuck does one get that shit silky smooth? Conditioner? I'm pretty sure that's what conditioner does. Because conditioner should just hydrate your hair. And being silky smooth should be a part of your hair, not being, like, dried out. Would that work for beards? Yes. At least to some extent. Beard hair is going to be wiry, more so than head hair. But it should still be fine if you use conditioner on it. There's also beard oils made specifically for beards. So I might look into those if I was a beard haver. At least for me, the ends of my hair tend to get dry while the roots get greasy, so I shampoo at the scalp and then condition the ends. Huh. Wait. You don't... So you're saying that you don't shampoo the ends and then you only condition the ends? Or do you condition all of it? More just where I concentrate it. I apply shampoo to my scalp and some of it like naturally gets to the rest of my hair. Then I apply conditioner to the ends and it works its way up from there. Huh. Okay. Because yeah, I have always just... And again, this is why I'm not the greatest person to ask about general hair things, is because I do not have the hair that most of the world has. I just get a bunch of shampoo in my hand, wipe it all over my head. Not all over my head, all over my, like, hair. And then I rinse that out, and then I get a bunch of conditioner, put that all over my hair, wait a little bit while I do something else in the shower, and then rinse out the conditioner. My hair is very simple in shape, because all it does is curl tightly and grow outward. So I don't have to worry about, like, split ends or shit like that. That doesn't exist. It's just tight curls. But then it's very complicated in care, and that if I use the wrong shampoo, perhaps shampoo meant for white people hair, it does not work the same way. I am, like, zoning out. How are y'all doing? Oh, I'm only 30% done. I'm gonna have to stop in the middle of this one. My brain doesn't go. Deej, thank you so much for sharing your comfy vibes with us. I treasure you greatly. Thank you so much for being here. And thank all of you for hanging around while I went, like, full fucking socialist on your asses.
Massive and Shit X10. Fuck yeah, butt lesson.
Thank you, Mars. And thank you, Buttspot, for being excited about buttlism. I am zoning the fuck out. My brain is trying to send me to sleep because there's continuous white noise, and Remy and I have started sleeping with, like, ASMR weather sounds. So this sounding like a windy, rainy day is actually signaling to my brain that it's time to rest. And whoa, that's a weird feeling. Good morning, Flint. I am sleepy, so actually good night. But hello. Oh. What I wouldn't give to be well rested. Actually, no, I don't want that right now, because then it's 1 a.m. and I'd have to stay awake. That sounds awful. But just conceptually, I would love the energy. My brain keeps pausing to give me miniature dreams. Heck, I don't want to fall asleep. Is this where it happens? Is this the crudberry sleep stream? Oh shit. You an energy? Take this lemon. That will help. Huh. That sounds nice. I feel like falling asleep on stream isn't anywhere near the worst thing that could happen. That's true. But also I want to be entertaining. Ooh, woo, rar, Barfu Pineberry, thank you so much for that raid. Could someone who has a sword or diamond give a shout out to Barfu Pineberry, our friend who has just raided us, so that I can tell people what to click so they can go and follow? You're entertaining always. You are entertaining. Mods asleep. Shut out Barfu Pineberry. Okay. So. You're playing Grand Theft Auto 5. Tell me, how the heck was it? And what were you up to? And like I said before, if you have not checked out their channel, you should click on that link and go take a look. If you do that, you will be cool. Heck yeah. I know you want to be cool. Oh, my brain is mush. Brain mush. Having a frightful time with the ordinary, and since you gave it a whiz, your ad says Powerwash. You realize it uses hot water. You should change your wording to pressure wash. What? Well, this water seems like it is hot. So YDK what to believe anymore. Ah! Fell asleep again. You can tell when I go off on a straight line. This is really interesting. I was not tired at the beginning of the stream. Well, not more tired than usual. Oh boy. Hecky wecky. What do I do, chat? Well, like I said earlier, when I ask what I should do, generally, there is one thing that always knows the answer. And it is the Moon Tarot card. My instinct right now is that I wasn't even planning on streaming today, so this is a bonus stream. technically. Like, I had planned on it, but then I canceled, but then I did it anyway. So, I don't even, like, need to go my full length, usually I do. So I should just raid out, is what my bones are telling me. That's what my instinct says. So, we're gonna do that. Yeah. Let's look at all the people we could raid. I had the same thing with Harry Potter PS1. It was in some sort of cave and kept walking off the cliff edge just because I was falling asleep. Oh my god. Yeah. Where to drop you off? Yeah, why not? Okay. Heck. You know what? I'm listening to Walking Dog and I'm playing Powerwash Simulator. No fucking wonder. Yeah, okay. Get rid of the beautiful Walking Dog music. And instead... Oh my god, my brain is so foggy. Hey, everyone! I fucking love you, dude. You're great. I am getting sleep drunk. Wow. Love you all. Thanks so much for being around. This is an abrupt end to the stream, but fucking... But fucking hell yeah. That's how we like to do it when we do that. But outside of that, we don't... I'm gonna raid into someone that I really enjoy, and I genuinely want to check out what they're doing. So why don't we just hop over there, and first hop over here, which is the place that I go when apparently I'm really fucking tired and can't keep my eyes open, and that's a problem. Slash raid. Hut. It's okay. We're gonna go over there. It says that they have follower or a subscriber only chat. Would be nice if Twitch would tell me which one they had, but I'm pretty sure it's follower. So if you don't follow Oku and you would like to say something in the chat, I would recommend just hitting that follow button. They probably have the restrictions up because of recent hate raids in the last month. Understandable. Not gonna tell them not to. Yo, thanks so much for being around. I really appreciate all of you. I am losing my absolute brain. Yeah, we got super fucking intense in conversation topic, and I'm not going to apologize for that, but for anyone new, it does not usually get exactly that intense. Usually I talk about, like, personal shit, but whatever, you know? It was Power Wash, it was Stream of Consciousness, I said what I meant, and I love you all for being around and listening to my ramblings. So, as we say in Oregon, good fuck.